Yo. Hello, stream? Okay. Mic is picking up. Things are maybe picking up. Alright, cool. Technology seems to be working. Well, hey. Anyway, hey, it's Castlevania Symphony of the Night, which is a well-known good game. And I am kind of noodling over the why of it. For reasons. Anyway, hey, it's a new game. I know there are all sorts of cheat codes. Journey back to 1792 and the Transylvania countryside of Romania. Words. Sweet old crumpshy graphics from PS1 days. Alright. Cool. So, there's something always fascinating about this intro. Like, picking up where a game left off that, exists. As far as I remember, it was not well remembered in the West. Alright. There we go.
Dracula, die now and leave this world. You'll never belong here.
Oh, but
These voices just are nowhere near as fun as the original.
Your own kind called me forth with praise and tribute.
Tribute? You're a thief. You steal men's souls, their freedom.
Freedom is always sacrificed to faith, good hunter. Or are you truly here by choice?
All I'm here for is you. To hell with your heresy! You're nothing but a blight on mankind.
Ha! Mankind. A cesspit of hatred and lies. Fight for them, then, and die for their sins!
And I am going to get Maria'd here pretty fast, apparently. Rip. Okay, so what's interesting here at the start of the game is that, like, that whole section.
Count Dracula.
All right, there's voices here.
With the aid of the Dark Priest Shaft to menace humanity once again. The legendary vampire hunter, Richter Belmont, stood against him and at last brought him down. However, 4 years later, on a glaring full moon night, Richter mysteriously vanished. Maria Renard set out to find him, but knew not where to begin. It was then that fate intervened. Castlevania, the Castle of Dracula, rumored to appear once every century, suddenly materialized from the mist, as if to show her the way. Meanwhile, powerful forces struggled for the soul of a man named Alucard. He who had once fought alongside Trevor Belmont against his own immortal father, Count Dracula himself. To purge the world of his own cursed bloodline, Alucard had submerged his vampiric powers and fallen into what was meant to be eternal slumber. But now, he awakens to the cackles of evil and cries of the innocent. The eternal battle of good and evil has come full circle once more. Dracula's castle beckons for you. And no man can say who will emerge victorious.
Oh my goodness, it's Castlevania. Anyway, what's really interesting about this whole opening section, like, aside from just, like, it's fun that it exists and it gives you the chance to, like, play through as a bit of the old. Oh, that was too fast. Not going to have much of a chance to play with those. Like, it's cool that you have this chance to, like, experience the immediacy of what came before. And see, you have a chance to play as, like, a different character with a different UI and, like, everything. Everything about, like, the start of the game is just a little bit different. And it's fascinating. But then it also has the thing where your performance like how you do things in that initial section. But hey, determines your initial stats. Which these sure exist and are numbers. Like that's about all I've got, honestly. It's one of those things that just, like, it's neat that it exists. And it's neat that it does that. And it's like one of those fun secret sort of things. But it is also, like, 100% one of those things that makes no... It makes absolutely no sense for you as a player going through it the first time, or like there's no information on it, like in game at all. The only way to like determine it would be to start a bunch of files, go through, do a bunch of different things, and I do love that stiffening. That is one of like the cooler ledge poses. Just like the drawing back of the shoulder. Anyway. And yeah, I know there's things about skipping death and whatnot, but meh.
What is your business here?
I've come to put an end to this.
Ever the insolent boy. But there will be no games here. If you will not behave, be gone.
I will do neither. Step aside, old man.
Such arrogance. Very well. But I shall see you very soon.
Oh no, my gear. So we do have like a few like kind of classic things that happen a lot in Castle and Metroidvanias. Is it just this for map? Okay. I'm not sure if I can make that before I get double jump. Anyway, the whole start of this game is just kind of weird and interesting. Hate it. Like the weird kind of secret thing about like having your starting stats determined by values and stuff that happens in that initial fight as Richter. It's a fascinating thing. I don't know if I like it, but at the same time it does add flavor. And I am a sucker for flavor in games. Be that crunchy or not. But it's very much one of those things that just like, I don't know how I feel about it. Having these randomized, like, not quite randomized stats, but might as well be. Man, that is slow. But then you have like the fun thing of like coming in and you have your end game sort of gear. Items to materialize. I'd always like these rooms, what with the CD up at the top, so that you know that it's actually like supposed to be reading from the disc in the original PS1 version. It's also fascinating how numerous save points are this early on. Sorry, I'm just getting enamored with the pixel art here. Something else I'm trying to figure out how I feel about is like the really super secret rooms. Like that floor that we could break open and the wall that we could break open. And there's not much of a... Not much of an indication that such a thing could be there. I don't remember the screen shaking with that. Something that was always fun about this is that the capes you choose, whatever capes you're wearing, determine like your actual cape visuals. So I guess I should admit something about like why I'm looking into this. The last couple of Metroids I've played, I found myself getting just really annoyed with kind of the structure of Metroid. And like a lot of it comes down to magically sealed. A lot of it comes down to just like how it's all about how the game progresses. As like last couple of Metroids I've played have been ones where it's like you're being guided to each zone a little bit harder and a little bit more, not necessarily handholdy, but like it does come across as just like, this is the direction you're supposed to go right now. But like part of that structure with like Metroid games is that it's like there's always opportunities to backtrack and like find new items. It's like that is an option that is there. But like frankly it just doesn't seem I think the thing that's annoyed me about Metroids in the last couple I've played, it's just like, it doesn't seem like there's any reason to explore and backtrack and like do anything that's not progress the main game. Cool looking sunglasses. Defense goes up, intelligence goes down. But it's like you have all these opportunities to like go back and like take another look around and like use your new abilities to do things. But it really feels like it's kind of not worth it. To do that sort of experimentation and exploration and like going back and revisiting anything until you have everything in your arsenal. And at the point that you have everything in your arsenal, that's when you should start going back and taking another look around, because it's like if you go back before you have the power bombs, then you're going to run into all sorts of things that you can only do if you have the power bombs. And like I've really felt that in the last couple of Metroids I've played, and this is the more recent ones that have been made. It's just like there is just not a reason to go back or explore heavily until you have the entirety of your arsenal. And that kind of sucks. I don't know. It's like, I feel like the thing that I'm trying... There's always this feeling in that I try to avoid with playing games. And that is when I'm playing games that are just to do this. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with the X. And I guess what I'm getting at is, like, the last couple... The more recent Metroids that I've played have felt kind of checklisty. So ultimately, it's like, I'm trying to figure out, it's like, what sets different games of this style apart? I've never figured out how to use this salt in an effective way, I don't think. It's like, why do I love Metroid Prime, which is often cited as one of the more backtracky Metroids? It's like, why do I give that one a pass, and why do I love a lot about it? And there's actually an answer in there that I have considered making a video essay about at some point, and it's the thesis is that the relic hunt at the end of Metroid Prime is good, actually. And the short version of that argument is that, yes, it does provide like a literal checklist at the end of the game of things you need to go find. And it provides hints based off the rooms, or like based off the names of the rooms that you need to go to find the secrets in order to unlock the end of the game. But also, it provides a really solid point for all of that backtracking. It's like, yeah, in order to get everything, you're going to need all of those power bombs and all of that stuff. And all of your power-ups. Okay, so this is the other big thing, and like this is like the actual like thing what I noticed playing through Metroid 2 Remake. I forget what they called that one on 3DS, and then going pretty directly from that to Metroid Dread. It's just like at the end of the game, it's like, cool, I have all of my abilities. Now I can go through the entire world map again. Hey, dude. I can go through the entire world map again to just, like, make all of these numbers go up. I can get health, I can get more power bombs, because it's always power bombs that are unlocked towards the end. I can get all these missiles and all of these bombs and all of the ammos. But ultimately the question is why? Because, like, at that point of the game, there's just not a lot of game left. I think that's the thing that really gets me about the last couple Metro games. It's just like, at the point at which you now go back through and you've scoured the map, just like done a second pass, because that's really all there is to it. It's just like, do an entire second run of the game. Ah, Spirit Orb. You've just gone through the world map a second time, just to make numbers go up. Shows enemy damage. Nice. But, like, ultimately, congratulations, that's all you're doing, is just making numbers go up by going through the entirety of the map a second time. And it's like, part of that is so that you actually have the ammo and resources to spend in the final boss fight. But the other thing is, it's like, for the most part, it's just to make the completion number go up. That's arguably the more important aspect of the, like, of all the exploration and whatnot in Metroid games. This is like, it's not so much to actually make numbers go up any matter, any main. The only number that goes up that, you know, quote unquote matters is the completion number. Your completion percent, your item find percent. Like, that's arguably all that's going up at the end of a Metroid game. And I don't know, it's kind of butts. Ah, jeez. I knew that guy hurt. I forgot just how much. Let us go out this evening for pleasure. The night is still young. Okay, anyway, so, like, the whole thing, like, my whole get up about more recent Metroid games, and, like, how many of these are, like, it's a recent only Metroid game problem. Again, like, why does Metroid Prime get a pass where Metroid 2 remake, whatever, I forget what they call that one that is on the 3DS, why does that one and Metroid Dread, like, both give me the same feeling of just, like, the exploration and finding stuff and, like, hunting down items and making ammo counters go up? Why is that super unsatisfying? And, like, ultimately, the answer is because there's nothing to do with all of that power. Like, the point at which that you have all of your abilities, you're actually, like, going through and you're getting all of your ammo counters up. Like, the only thing to do is to fight, like, the final boss. That's it. That's all there is to it. This is like, congratulations, you didn't unlock power bombs until the very end of the game, and now every power bomb that you get isn't doing anything aside from making your exploration for finding more power bomb upgrades a little bit easier. Congratulations, you have power bombs to find more power bombs, and that's about it. Like, I don't know. It's very much just like, the Metroid experience these days seems to be very much about, like, there's no point in going back early to pick up extra power-ups, or, like, hey, cool, I've got this ability, I can go back to this part of the map to, like, use it to do a thing. Because you're going to have to go back to that map later anyway, when you get your power bombs or whatever to, like, do whatever. I don't think I'm making any sense with this point. Point is like, there's just nothing to do at the end of the game with all the power that you have gained, and, like, the second trip through the entire world map to get all of your ammo counters up is more about getting the item percent completion up than it is about actually having that power for anything, because, again, the only thing at that point is the very final fight of the game, basically. It's like, cool, you have fully powered Samus for one fight and only one fight. Good job. Hope you enjoy it. I think in the case of Metroid 2 Remake, whatever it's called, good lord. Anytime now, potion. Okay, there you go. What the heck was that? I don't think I've ever seen that attack. Goodness. That's cool, but good lord. If I get hit by a fireball, I'm dead. Oh, you can come over here. Cool. Dang it. You just laugh at me for killing me? I didn't know he could do that. Anyway, that's my problem with Metroids lately. It's just like the entire second trip around the world map is not about like actually doing anything and not actually about having anything to do with your items that you get. And all of this ammo and all of that stuff is just going into the final singular boss fight at the very end. And that's it. And whereas Metroid Prime, like, the point at which you get your final everything. Your final upgrade being the Phazon suit. Congratulations, you now have this really cool superpower suit that protects you from Phazon, and that is the final that's the final thing that's blocking your way from a few points in the game. Not very many, but like just a couple of places where now you don't have to worry about it. Come on. But like that's your final power-up. You then have the relic hunt to do afterwards. And the relic hunt acts as a second trip through the world map to gather all of the power-ups and ammo counters and everything. Like, yes, if you've played the game before, you can pick up relics all along the way. But like your first time through, you're going to have this entire relic hunt at the end to do all of your ammo counter gathering, item gathering, re-exploring the world. The world also like changes more. I don't remember if it's much of a thing in Metroid 2 3DS or in Dread that like things do change in the world. So it's like revisiting stuff is like slightly different, but yeah. That's a moot point. But like ultimately the relic hunt in Metroid Prime gives you the opportunity and the excuse to revisit the world map and go exploring through everything. Ooh. But ultimately, point is, you have something more to do than just make numbers go up. You're there for a reason. And then, like, the other big thing is that at that point, you're not just going into a singular final fight. In Metroid Prime, you have the Ridley fight, and you also have the Metroid Prime fight. You also have, like, it is a very small area, but you do have the small area immediately after. Ghosts, go away. I've got bigger problems to deal with. The frustrating thing is my reward for doing all of that is so I can be back down here. Anyway, like Metroid Prime, you have at the end the Relic Hunt, and then you have 2 boss fights, and also the small zone that is like the Impact Crater. But like, it's enough. Like, it adds up to here's things for which all that ammo you gathered and everything. Like, the Meta Ridley fight is pretty rough. Like, it is a significant challenge. Trying to decide if I want to go back the way I came or if I want to go just up and around. We'll try the up and around. I think the other thing that I'm just kind of noodling on is like, what makes something backtracking it's not. Because, like, watched some video recently. I cannot remember who it's by, but it was essentially doing a challenge run of Banjo-Tooie without any quote-unquote backtracking. With backtracking being defined as returning to any world. Like, basically, you can only enter any world once. And the question of, like, hey, can you beat it? And, like, it's ultimately an interesting question, an interesting challenge run. But, like, I feel like it misses the point of, like, the accusations of backtracking, of, you know, quote-unquote, too much backtracking in Banjo-Tooie. And it's like, backtracking is more of a vibe, I guess? Because, like, I am going back down the exact same path that I just went down in this game. Is it backtracking? Yeah, kind of. Like, more so than most things feel like, I think. But it's like, why doesn't it, you know, set off the meh backtracking vibe and feelings and you know, what is it about just navigating Castlevania that makes it all right? I think to some degree, it comes down to just like the combat is like simple but interesting enough. Maybe it's just like also having like all of the torches to break, so you have that like little serotonin gain just kind of constantly humming. And it's like, I don't need many more hearts, but I still pick them up because they make a fun noise and whatnot.
Wait, are you human? What are you doing here?
I've come to destroy this castle.
Likewise, I'm.
Why is everyone's like
Alucard.
when they were picking voice actors for this? Why did they go with a voice actor that's all higher pitch across the board?
Farewell.
Why is it? Legitimately, why is it that every single voice actor is just like a higher pitch than their old voices? Like, the original Maria voice is like this kind of deeper toned, sultry voice. And it's great. do need to go that way anyway. Okay, this is another thing that I wanted to have a think about. How many parallax layers do we have in this hallway? I think this is one of, like, this is where we have, like, the most parallax of anything. We've got our foreground. Background layer 1 seems to just be those, like, the second row of pillars. Row 3 is the stairs and the wall. We then have the eye on its own layer, kind of. Like, I don't know what the eye actually counts as, if it's a sprite or actually, like, technically a background layer. And then we have the forest behind. So we have foreground and 3 background layers, and the eye. So, 4 layers, basically. Hey! Thanks for that follow. Hope you enjoy my ramblings and otherwise not paying attention to things. Enjoy that lurk. Thanks for the good luck. That was terrible. I just realized I am doing 1 damage to this guy. There we go. All of that for a pot roast. Okay. As I... Down. Okay. What I meant to do, but that's fine. Hello, bird. There we go. Funny, that just wouldn't work. The positioning is apparently a lot smaller than I thought it would be. This is another fun one of how many background layers do we have? Because it looks like it's just the one, with something funky going on in the top layer, or the top cloud area. It's also really fascinating how this art, like, shows you that you are in a circular tower. Okay, fine. I will accept that I need, or at least am intended to have, still. Aha. That's your trick. Yeah, it's also fascinating, like, just how much they've got going on in the UI for animations. Like, the hearts have a glow to them, the heart number has different colors based off of whether or not you can actually use your selected item. Your item is in an orb that flickers every once in a while. So, like, you know, show, hey, look at this orb, isn't it neat? And then there's their magic meter that is just like shifting colors all the time. something else that like sticks out to me about this game and like in particular, it's like this game and Super Metroid both have frankly very large characters. I'll have to look up at some point like the actual, you know, the resolution of the PSX versus like the size of Alucard's sprites. But like, dude is like a fifth of the screen? Jerk. Am I just not going to be able to hit you with spells at all? You know, I thought level ups actually like healed you, but they do not. Oh, hey, the your health actually does change color, depending on if it's full or not. Sword, better than a short sword. That is much better reach. Goodness. That's just way back down, right? Hey, Donkey Kong. Elevator activated. bouncing, the absolute juggling. Okay. That's what I was remembering. So another one of those like little distinctions between Castlevania and Metroid is that traditionally Castlevania has tracked map percentage, whereas Castlevania has tracked item completion. I find that to be an interesting distinction. Time to remember how to wolf. Look at that rat. This should be the library, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Oh, if I remember correctly, the Dolahans can drop a really good sword. It's definitely one of the strengths of Symphony of the Night, is all of its weapons and all of its like weird little fighting game combo nonsense. It's like I love having these weird spells that you can do. Full armor, thank goodness. It's like, it's fun that the spells are like super powerful. It's also nice that they are something that you can do when you're cursed.
It's been a long time, old one.
Eh? Why, it's Master Alucard. Come to visit, have we?
I need your help.
Oh, but young Master, I could never betray the good Count.
You won't go unrewarded.
Really? In that case, just tell me what you need.
I implore you to reconsider. Okay.
How about this?
Alright. Flat out required.
Thank you.
Be really nice to get one of these while I'm here. I think there's one around here. Get them. I forgot that he sold maps, which is actually kind of a neat thing.
How about this? How about this? How about this? How about this?
I'm also really curious about like the drop rates on things. It looks like I haven't really found anything rare. In fact, I don't think I've gotten any of like the normal drops from most of these things. It's interesting they just flat out show you what the normal drops are. I'm really curious about like the actual drop rates of things, and that's one of those things that like gets into like the deep weeds of game design topics is like, what is a good drop rate? Because it's like, how many times are you going to kill something, and how many times do you need to kill something to get the rare drop rate, and probability math is its own weird special magic sort of. It's kind of ridiculous, frankly.
How about this?
It would kind of like some of these things. Like, it would be kind of nice to have a weapon that does, you know, more damage. I do also like these things, which give me more intelligence for my spells, because I do like casting the spells. Alright. I am fairly certain we'll find a library card in the library somewhere. So I don't need to buy one. I will take a saber, and I think I will take this hat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, this voice is a little bit deeper than his original. Okay, you know what? I do have the money for a library card. Right, hell, I could get that and the map if I really wanted.
Thank you.
Sure. Let's remember to equip all of these things that I just bought. I cannot remember. I vaguely remember being able to sort things. That might just be me making things. Enemy names. Okay. Am I about to be mad? Let's find out. Alright, so, rapier. Long-bladed sword. Yeah. So, it's less attack, but it's way... It feels like it's way faster. And it has that special attack. Okay, so it is interesting that this brings me back here, because, like, at this point, we have the Jewel of Omen, and there's a few places that we know that we can take that. Alternatively, we can go back to where we came from, and continue up and around Upper Castle. Either way, a save is a good idea. Another really interesting thing is that they have... the items do not stick around for very long on the floor. Where am I going? I want to go. Up and to left. I also need to go back to the clock tower at some point with my clock, but also I think I need some form of ups.
Alucard, wasn't it? We meet again.
So it seems.
As friendly as ever, I see. It's strange. This castle's different than I remember it.
This castle is a creature of chaos. With each rebirth, it takes a new form.
And here I thought my mind was playing tricks. Well, there's nothing for it. Till we meet again.
It is also really fascinating. Like, this is one of the cooler things about this game. It's just like running into Maria here and there. And like, I know it's scripted events, but like, it does just add like a nice life to the world. Meanwhile, I've been playing Wizardry 7 here and there, and there's also just like characters that randomly roam and you will run into every once in a while. And it doesn't, like, I think it adds an amount of life, but like not quite in a good way. Just because like a big part of that is that it is quite so randomly generated. Where like it feels so random when things show up. Howdy, toucans. Welcome in. Yeah. There we go. Forgot about that little trick. Good lord, your range, sir. You and your lingering hurt box, sir. Comfortable eye protection. Even more intelligence. Good. Road sword. That has better range. Doesn't seem to have any skill. A real shield. Actually, I do want to have a look at this background here. I have a puppet sword, so I'm not going to get killed doing this. Okay, this chapel is just straight up 3D. Like, the rug is just like a rectangle. All of our stained glass are just, you know, flat surfaces. Looks like the light beams are just, you know, again, also just like, here's a polygon. Makes it a bit more interesting is just like top of that shape. Because it looks like for the most part the god rays are just a triangle. It's just a triangle with a gradient from like green in one vertex to magenta in another to slightly like basically alphaing out towards a third. But then there's like that weird lumpiness at the top. Yeah, all the stained glasses, like all the stained glass stuff seems to just be polygons. This upper section, though, probably also just carefully placed polygons, not like background layer stuff. Yeah, it looks like there's just the one layer in this room. We just have like our foreground and like even the forest outside. It's not like parallax or anything. fairly certain there's...
Rest your weary soul here.
There we go.
May the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost be with you. Amen.
Ah, yes. Grape juice. Can't call it wine. Fascinating amount of enemy behavior for these guys. Just like getting close to them and they cower. Delicious grape juice. I think this is a saver. Nope. Another cool thing going on with backgrounds. I would appreciate it if you could come out from the wall a little bit. sweet, sweet life max up. Excellent timing for that. And better armor. Presumably. Yes. Much better. Something else I'm trying to figure out is just like, how much of enjoyment of this game is in these little details? Things like jumping on a bell, the bell moving and rotating, and also sounding. Like, how important to like the legacy of this game is it? Good lord, dude. Screw you in particular. It's also really interesting to me that the bats are like 3D. Let's go find one real quick. It's like the body of the bat is just sprite art. But then they just went ahead and like took its wings and like actually made those polygons. But they didn't do that for the crows.
You look like you're doing well for yourself.
And you didn't come here to flatter me.
True. Do you know the name Richter Belmont?
Belmont? Of course. Why?
He disappeared about a year ago. I'm sure he's here now. If you see him, please let me know.
As you wish, my lady.
A gentleman after all. Thank you.
That is still a really fun little visual gag of having the old Belmont sprite. This is my save point that I've been looking for. Hooray! Curse Dark Sword. No damage. Sweet, sweet loopstone. Finally, a double jump. This is still a neat effect with the cloak, like doing the having kind of a wing shape suddenly form out of it. I'm just kind of looking around, like, what did that actually open up, getting a double jump? And the answer's not really all too much. It's like, essentially, I could go back to, you know, where I was before and go back through that section and hit all of those little areas. Or I could, you know, continue on. Or go back to where I was. It actually opens up a really interesting set of choices now. It's like, hey, you now have double jump, which has been, you know, keeping you from getting into a lot of little spaces. But like with the fast travel system being what it is in this game, It's like, okay, cool. I can go back to where I started. I can go back to the top center of the castle, or I can go back up to the watchtower area. Which, actually, now I think about it, I think double jump get me into all sorts of spaces in the library itself. I really should make use of that elevator. I keep just walking through spaces because it's like, yeah, it's fine. Oh, cool. I can kill those in one hit now. Those still take 2. Is it just a critical, I guess? Yellow card, please. I know there's more spells. They're one of those things. It's like, I don't remember how much information there is actually in... Can't quite make that jump. And go over here. It's like, I think the library salesperson guy, the librarian, that's the word. The librarian sells scrolls that tell you about spells, but I don't know what that's tied to. And I really just not quite make that jump. Alright. hey, Fleaman, I'm gonna need you an assist here. Good attempt. Good attempt. Not helping. I'm going to die. Oh, it's...
I hope that you might, but all for nothing.
What does that mean, Maria? Always funny how Fleamen are like the most dangerous thing in this game. Whee. Alright, let's try this again. Sword. Really quite slow. Doesn't seem to have a weapon art. Ancient ceremonial stone mask. Gives me my bonus intelligence, increases defense. Get wrecked goggles. Go past circuit and holy rod. Raise HP by poison damage. This one is actually fun, and that's a lot more intelligence boost. So, get wrecked stone mask. Ooh, there we go. So it's not just a quarter circle, it's a full lower circle. What's your attack actually like? Not entirely great, but better than the rapier and has a neat thing. Real quick, we're gonna throw that Takamitsu on. Okay. Really interesting that shadow. Behind the bookcase. All right, there's an entire room of enemies here. Problem solved. Just come down here already. Mist could pass. So I thought I remembered there being a mist gate down there. right. Well, we've come out of we've gone ahead with stronger magic. We didn't get anything that was, key item though. The unfortunate thing is, I'm pretty sure what's down there is the soul of the bat, which would allow us to fly, and that's super useful. Can't quite get up there. Unless maybe we could use a spell book damage boost, but... It is fascinating that, like, I can do the charged attack even in the air with the anointed mace or whatever it is. Hey, dude.
Young Master Alucard, how may I...
How about this?
We get ourselves a better...
How about this? How about this?
Thank you. Young Master Alucard, how may I...
How about this?
where am I going? I want to get to... I don't remember how to get to exactly. I should probably save. Right, so we've got double jump now, so we could go back to the clock room at some point and do stuff around there. I think, does that get us the super jump? Forget where that one's at. Okay, so I think I'm finding that one of the easy answers of just like, why do I like this a lot more than more modern Metroids, is the RPG aspects of it. Like, having equipment to find just makes things a little bit more interesting, and then, like, there's, you know, there's the fun that brain perceives from random chance. It's kind of like, why do I hit every torch even though I don't have to? Because there might be something in it. I regret killing that ghost. I could have used him to damage boost and maybe get some of these things. Like, ultimately having gear means we just have, like, more vectors of, like, reward. So it's like, even though going back to the library now ended up being a dead end, ultimately, I did get some nice gear out of it. It's like I was still rewarded for exploration. Are you kidding me? Now I have lost my clock. And I'm annoyed. There we go. That's better. heck's sake? Okay, so we did get this shield, which is actually like really good. Big defense, but we lose out on all of our stuff. Better defense. Okay, so there is an effect on that. And this theoretically hits harder, but this is a holy attribute, so it wins for now. Why do you have no blood? I mean, stop bleeding in the wrong direction. But I will take that health upgrade real quick.
Dark Metamorphosis.
Can I have a turn, please, Mr. Fleaman? Big loss of defense. I don't think it heals particularly much either. Yeah. It's like one of those things that, like, it does add up over time. Plain easy to use War Sword. Oh, my wall turkey. Rude. So rude. Man, what the heck? Yo, hey, how's it going? Welcome on in. Weird sound effects that I don't hear. Well, hey, how was your stream? Welcome on in. As always, if you need to scram, take care of things, please do. I picked up something right before that raid happened, and it was TNT. Going good? Good, good, good. What were you up to? While you go live, I forgot what you were doing. Last one's 2. Very nice. I'm dying. I need to stop doing that. Thank you for that to follow, by the way. Well, hey, I have 8 hit points, and I'm in the middle of a boss fight. Can I turn this around? We'll find out. No.
I'd hoped that you might, but all for nothing.
Maria, what does this mean? What are these words you're speaking? Anyway, how did Blasphemous True treat you? I think about it, I haven't seen... Blasphemous is the one with, like, the guy with the pointy hat, right? How far back? That's quite a ways back, but at least I have my clock. I haven't actually heard much about Blasphemous 2. Like, I remember Blasphemous came out and it, like, kind of made a bit of a splash. Came out last year. Didn't dive into it till now. Okay. I really don't think I've heard anything about 2. Nice improvement of 1 visually and gameplay-wise. Good, good, good. It was already, like, gorgeous pixel art. Music slaps. Excellent, excellent. I'm second guessing myself if there was actually anything down there or not. Oh, bummer. I did get the Medusa shield. That I do believe is a rare drop, so wah. Yeah, this is just our way back. Yeah, this is the PS4 port of like the PSP version. So the voices aren't quite the same. You lose the charm of that, quite frankly. And also, like, for some reason, whatever voices, like, the voice actors that they ended up going with, almost... Yeah. There we go. The voice actors that they went with, kind of across the board, are just, like, higher pitched, which I just personally find a little funny. That works. That does not work. I forget how much the clock tower kind of sucks every time. This place is just rough. You just end up stun locked for days. Dang it.
Dark Metamorphosis.
Stop bleeding in the wrong direction. Please. I need your blood.
Dark Metamorphosis. Dark Metamorphosis. Dark Metamorphosis. Dark Metamorphosis.
Game, please. Just let me have some blood. I would like to move on. There we go. Jeez. It's a shame I lost the Medusa head drop. That one's fun. It's a solid shield, and I think it does actually do some
Dark Metamorphosis.
I think it does actually do what is the word I'm looking for? Petrification. Shenanigans. Nope, stop that. My clock back. Give me my clock.
Dark Metamorphosis.
There we go. Things bleeding in the right direction.
Dark Metamorphosis.
See, what's extra... Just missed that drop. I just missed that drop. Just wasn't paying attention that it had happened. I'm mad. Oh, God. Anyway, what I was going to say is that comes from this one. It's neat that that is just like one of the random upgrade things is like, hey, yeah, here's a thing. I'm really curious about this sword. I really would like to get that drop, but God knows how rare that is. Okay, come on, game. Game, I did say come on. See, this version doesn't even have the miserable pile secrets line. They went and re-recorded things and made it a little worse, frankly. At least he respawns when I go off screen, I guess. Where did that heart come from? It just like dropped slightly off screen, I guess. Anybody wants to like head on over to Game FAQs and look up what this Cloak Knight drops and maybe figure out what the drop rate is on rare drops. Just so I have an idea of how long I might be sitting here. So now I'm really curious about that sword. It strikes me as something that would have a special weapon art attack. It might just be a regular sword. It might be a sword that does 0 damage because it's cursed or something. But at least I got $25. Cannot believe that I just like looked away for half a second, and in that half a second, like, it's really frustrating that drops despawn so fast. It's a shame I don't get any. Well, I did get the HP increase from leveling up. That added to my health total. Shame this knight doesn't bleed, so I can't use Dark Metamorphosis and steal his blood. So, what I'm kind of thinking at the moment is just like, part of what makes this game fun is the same reason that Zelda 2 is fun. And something, like, it's neat that Zelda 2 has, like, this whole magic system. And, like, a somewhat interesting combat system. And, like, just the little things of using various spells to give yourself advantages, and then like having the RPG light mechanics. But, like having magic, having like a couple different moves that you can do with weapons. Like, just as having, you know, the upward and downward stab in Zelda 2. Like, that's enough to make the combat pretty varied. And then, like, you know, having enemies that will block high or low. It's like, all of a sudden, you have a complicated combat system. Alright, we're gonna take a quick trip. Apparently he drops a Flamberge and a Heaven Sword. Who knows which one it was dropped? Might have been that Flamberge. And that is literally just a checklist. Dang. The sword sounds cool. So if it was... It looks like Heaven's Sword is just a... So he has 2 drops. He can drop a Flamberge and a Heaven's Sword. It sounds like the Heaven's Sword might just be a consumable throwable. But the Flamberge sounds cool. I want it. Much to my dismay. Oh, that's 3 levels we've gotten off these dorks. I had originally hoped to do this playthrough without looking up, but that's fine. I'm okay with, like... And I've played this before. Many times. I've done so with and without guides, and... It's still one of those games that's just like, this sure is a good game. And a lot of why I'm playing it now is just like, but why? Why is this game... Why does this hold up? Why do I think more fondly of it than I do more recent Metroids? See, the best part is, after, if I do manage to get this drop, still need to make it to a save point somewhere. trying to gauge how much I want to try to grind for this dumb drop. Also half expecting that it's going to drop and I'll be like scratching my nose or something. And then just not make it to the drop in time. Yeah, I still need to give Final Fantasy IX another shot. Like, the first thing is, when I did try to play it, I was a dumb teenager with bad opinions. Like, that's the easiest thing to point to. The next major thing is just like, I really hate monkeys, so Zidane having a monkey tail does just the opposite of endear me to him. But I do know, like, the third thing is just, like, systematically, I really do not like abilities being tied, like, learning abilities being tied to gear. He said, while grinding a sword because it sounds like it has a neat ability. But no, like, it does, just having to, like, hold on to a dagger and pass it around to every character so that they can learn whatever abilities on it. And I just felt like I kept having to use subpar gear just constantly because I just hadn't finished learning stuff yet. I did, in fact, not catch the... Yeah, okay. Hooray, big heart. But it's like, that is also a major reason why I never got into Final Fantasy Tactics Advance as much, is because they do that same thing again, where it's just like, yeah, you learn your abilities from having gear equipped, and it's just like, this sucks. Some gear is hidden behind the low steal rates, or at least gear that really behooves you to get early on. Yeah. It's like, I do really need to give Final Fantasy IX another chance, because, like, basically everybody that's played it says it's one of their favorites. I know Hironobu Sakaguchi is also on the list of, like, Final Fantasy IX is the best Final Fantasy. And, you know, it's one of the creators of Final Fantasy. His opinion, kind of highly rated. Honestly, this spell effect is really fascinating. Now that I've been staring at it for way too long. It looks like it's taking the background, like just what is currently in like the screen buffer. Another level. It looks like it's taking whatever's in the screen buffer and creating a texture out of that, and then doing some warping. So it's like throwing that as a texture. Above Alucard's head. I don't know if it's hitting. Yeah, it's like throwing a little polygon there and then morphing it. To like rip open a hole into nothingness and then unstretch. And let this little mist ghost thing out. I don't know how much, like, how easy it is to see on stream, but, like, since I've been sitting here doing this, like, Alucard has his little, his after image. And, like, just a little bit of that is getting caught in that weird texture warping stuff. There's just, like, a little after image of just, like, the top of Alucard's head. And then neat polygon shifting stuff. I think the fourth thing about Final Fantasy IX, for me, is just like, when RPGs went 3D, there was a shift in... We do want parts. There was just kind of a big shift in how things happen, how things are presented, and whatnot. And, like, a lot of it comes down to, in the old games on console, you did not have the space to dilly-dally or add a lot of text or anything. So you had to get real economical in your storytelling. Take things into the story and get stuff going. And, like, the thing is, like, every time I go back to, like, an old Super Nintendo Final Fantasy, it's just like, yeah, the story's going. This is you. This is your character. These are their friends. Go. It's just like, you were just, like, knee-deep into story stuff within, like, 5 minutes in old Final Fantasies. Like, specifically 4 and 6 are what I'm thinking about, because, you know, that's what we had back in my day. They were called 2 and 3, etc. But then you get to, like, Final Fantasy 7, and there is just a major design shift where, like, Midgard takes forever to get through, or at least it feels like forever. It's like, you know, 5 to 10 hours, but it's like, you know, that's first town. And, like, I'm not entirely sure how widespread it is that it's just like exploring towns, like just going to town and like checking for equipment and getting, you know, hints from NPCs of where to go next and whatnot. Like, oh yeah, bombing mission does pop off. Like, but like, just visiting towns takes so long in early 3D RPGs. And like, part of it is like with the fixed camera angles, they were able to do some tricky stuff of just like, tee-hee, let's hide this behind this foreground element. Here's a potion or a Phoenix Down or whatever. And like, right now I'm more so talking about Legend of Dragoon, because that's the one I have played most recently for 3D PS1 RPGs. And like, doing that as a Let's Play, whenever I got to a new town, that was a full hour. That was a full episode, was just like, okay, it's time to wander around town and talk to people and see what's going on. And it's just like, look at all the stuff that we can put into this game. Look, we have 3 CDs. We have so much room. And it's just like, this kind of sucks. It's like, Final Fantasy VI, go into town, you're there at most 5 minutes, and that is a stretch. It's like, you go in, you talk to somebody, they open up the equipment menu, you upgrade stuff, you maybe stop by the item shop, you maybe stop by the relic shop, you talk to everybody in town, and you're gone under 5 minutes. Probably under 3. But like, navigating 3D spaces and like exploring 3D towns just takes so much longer. And then there's also just like, I am tempted to go back to my Legend of Dragoon playthrough, load up all of my footage throughout the entire thing, and do a supercut of combat intros and outros. Just to see how long that video is. Of, here's one playthrough of this game. How many hours of that playthrough are just in the combat intro and outro animations? Because they are egregious in Legend of Dragoon. It is like a full, like, I think every fight is at least 30 seconds, probably closer to 45, just on intros and outros. And also, like, with things getting more cinematic, attacks take longer, and with Legend of Dragoon in particular having, like, an active time combat, not active time combat, a timed hit, that's the word I'm looking for. They have a timed hit combat system, so it's like all of the animations and whatnot are actually important to gameplay, and you want to hit all those things. But that does also mean that every combat just takes that much longer, because it's like you're not quickly doing menuing stuff and just like getting on with your day. Oh boy, $1. Like, I'm pretty sure Barry mentioned this in like his Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, whatever the second game was, Remake Part 2. Like, just how much time decompression they introduced. Because it's like, Final Fantasy VII, you leave Midgar, and then it's like, you go to the Chocobo farm, you get a Chocobo, you learn how to catch a Chocobo, you catch a Chocobo, and you go across the swamp. And that is, again, being generous, 10 minutes of gameplay. Probably not close to that. But then in Rebirth, that's like 20 hours of gameplay. Yeah. Dear sir, I would like your sword. Please drop it. And it's like, I will say, I enjoyed Rebirth a lot. It does have a bit of the checklisting syndrome of just like, look at all these icons on the map. What kills me more about it, though, is just like a lot of hard mode stuff that gets to be absolute mega ultra bullshit, but it's like at the very end of hard mode things. So it's like, I went through the entirety of hard mode because I wanted to, and I was, you know, having enough fun doing it. But then it's just like, okay, cool. If I want to actually finish these combat challenges, it's stupid. Like, it's one of those things, like, it's Pantheon 5, you know, Hollow Knight Pantheon 5 levels of bullshit. Where it's just like, okay, cool, this is, every attempt is going to take an hour, I guess. The other day, not gonna think about Remake Saga. Actually look over at the screen every time I hear this guy die. Remembering it will enhance the of playing the original. Yeah, like, I think that's really kind of what it's doing. It's just like, oh, there's this one textbook. Is it a textbook? It's a textbook. Understanding comics, where like one of the things that they mention that manga is super good about is just like, they will show you like a zoomed in image with all sorts of detail of like the magic sword, etc., etc., and then most of the time they're just going to draw it like really simply, and that's something that you can do in comics and get away with. And it's just like, just by showing somebody like a higher resolution, higher detailed thing, and then saying, yes, this is what this actually looks like, you can get away with then using a much more simplified form later on. And like, yeah, that I definitely think having the super mega ultra high resolution Cloud and Tifa and etc., it's like, that's what you think of when you think of Final Fantasy VII, as opposed to the charming but extremely low poly original models. Brain is going to fill in with the nice, highly detailed models instead. One second. Do like, Toucans, you know me, you know Final Fantasy VI is my favorite. Like, I do still have some part of me that goes, meh, Final Fantasy VII. Because, like, I really think Final Fantasy VI is better, just, like, in a lot of ways. Final Fantasy VII does actually have a lot going for it, and, like, I can appreciate that more, having gotten away from, you know, the, man, Nintendo's better than PlayStation, and, you know, such childhood thoughts. But at the same time, I think 7 in every incarnation is kind of bloated. It's the, hey, cool, we have all this room on CDs, let's use it. I will say, like, soundtrack, incredible. The weird PlayStation synth stuff that they were using, just like, that is a hell of an identity for a soundtrack. And like, that it was, you know, their first 3D Final Fantasy. Insanely competent delivery. Like, it's you know, kind of like how Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time are just so great, and they are the first freshman adventures into 3D, and they slap. They hit hard. Like, that is impressive to no end. But also, I don't know, maybe we didn't need a snowboarding minigame. I was still just never really found Sephiroth a particularly compelling villain. Alright, I'm still having enough fun doing this. But also, I recognize I've been here for 4 or so levels. There we go. It's our sword. It's two-handed. That is a chonk. That is not nearly as much of a thrust as I was expecting. What are we looking at? Okay, we're gonna use the sword for a bit because, you know, worked so hard for it.
Dark Metamorphosis.
Yeah, it happened right as I was about to ask. I was like, how long should I keep doing this?
Dark Metamorphosis.
It's like, games and their damn desire sensors. It's dangerous in there. Okay, so the trick is, I now need to get to a save point somewhere. And we know going forward there's a boss fight and no save point. So let's just go ahead and head back. No, my clock. I want my clock. damn it. Get a Flamberge, lose the clock. That is not something I can jump. Okay, well, the Flamberge is killing the Harpies in one hit, which that's definitely a nice improvement. Gosh dang it. Actually, X should do. Okay, so losing the holy attribute from the scepter. It's a little bit of a shame to lose that. It's a bit of a shame to lose the rapier's charge ability. But dang it, I'm going to use this sword for a bit because that was much too long. I really want a new cloak. This bright green. I always forget that the elven cloak is quite so bright green. Alright. Can't quite get the damage boost up there. I don't know how people feel about older Final Fantasy combat systems. Frankly, like, I grew up with them, so I'm deeply partial. But I do recognize that they are somewhat simplistic by today's standards. And, like, some of the storytelling is definitely accelerated, we'll call it. Because, again, they're on console. They do not have space, or they do not have space on the cartridge itself to put text. So things have to go fast, and like, I know a lot of people have opinions about the Woolsey translations. I think they're great, personally. Pause so I don't get Medusa'd here. Ooh. Remember Mario Player in those days. Yeah. It is really nice being able to take the Harpies out in a single hit. Yes, I am of course biased because Final Fantasy VI is still my favorite Final Fantasy. asterisks, and also so is Final Fantasy XIV, but they are delivering very different things. There we go. Got my pot roast. I do personally have the running theory that for the most part, whatever Final Fantasy people play first all the way through is their favorite. And a lot of that does just like hit into nostalgia junk and it's like, you know, things feel more unique when they are the first of the thing what you do go through. I'm still entertained by just how huge the sword is. Alright, we're got back up to when Kyo raided. That went much better this time around. It's still just like a really solid presentation. Oh boy, a new sword. What does it call? Norman curve sword. A lot less attack, of course. Doesn't seem to have anything special about it. can use that in That's fun. Okay, so we've got double jump, so we can go do a lot of stuff. Basically, in that western side of the map, in the stair-steppy area, we can now reach stuff there. I can probably do all sorts of things in 4 sections, and in the very middle. So, double jumps. Stuff in North Barrette need or bat form. I need to go back and get a clock pickup from somewhere and head back. Clock room. Also the stuff that changes like every minute or so there. Mostly just need to get that bat form. Realizing there is a path would have gone over in the outer wall. What is up with that? Just like a little space that I could have gone and I didn't for some reason. Right. Can also get up here. Right. That I missed. I do kind of wonder if I could attempt to sequence break a little bit with this sword, and I can apparently do that charge move in the air. Wonder if that is like just enough to get me anywhere. I'm glad I have this sword. If for no other reason than to have it. Alright, this room. That opens up a couple things. Near the path directly below us, we have, I believe we also have this path over here is open now. Yeah. There's my clock, and we're... It's a bit of a trek, but it's worth it. You know, I'm realizing that the sound design, like the sound implementation for this game is really solid. Like I've never played this game with headphones on. And as it turns out, like they do some really cool stuff with the stereo. Hooray, we have Alucard junk, which is not the best. Resembles family sword. Accomplishes nothing. Good. That's how I get over it. It's not what I thought it was, is it? Jeez. A broadsword. Stop it. Ah. I just have to fight my way back through this. It'd be nice if more enemies, bled. It would be really, really nice to be able to use Dark Nemesis more often. You are infected. Hooray, a broadsword. Okay. Stream for a bit. I am going to take a break. Yeah, hang tight. It's gonna be a little bit. I'm gonna go grab some pizza, some leftovers, and otherwise just stand up, take a break, all that junk. Oh, do. All right, I will be right back. Y'all have fun. And we're back. Hey. Fed, hydrated, stretched, all the good stuff. Still slept on my shoulder wrong, still suffering, but, well, hey. But I did remember that I bought ramen, so I've got that on hand. Well, hey. Anyway, so we found our way into the Colosseum. Kind of torn if I want to go through it, but at the same time, yeah, probably should. Great, my controller turned off. Ah, yes, the blood cloak. Who's on some stats? But also, the red looks way cooler than the green. Do just go all the way over, don't you? Jeez. Shot by a skeleton. What a way to go. Okay. This time with feeling. Just in case. It amuses me how much the game just kind of stops when you save. Oh, the shield rod. Kind of the best weapon in the game. My shields actually do anything. Guess not. I always forget how much of a step up in difficulty this area is. Alright, so that connects back up there. There's the library card.
Who are you? Servants, come forth from the gates of hell!
Your blood. The scent of your blood.
You're a Belmont! Attack! Rid my castle of this pest!
Dark Metamorphosis!
A Belmont for certain. So he says he's the lord of this castle.
This could pass. Uh. Okay, so it is specifically R1 and L1 at the same time. Alright, since I'm here anyway, I might as well save. I guess I don't actually need to keep this the stopwatch anymore. going to be one of those annoying bits of map, isn't it? Used at a ball. Oh, yep. I remember these jumps. I spent forever as a kid trying to make them, and you can. Just really obnoxiously tight. Hmm. Seems that the unfortunate truth is just like not particularly close to any possible route of progression. And unfortunately, there's not like an easy way to get to any possible route of progression. I think what I want to do actually is get back to the library. So I think the mist gate there might be hiding the Soul of Bat. is still satisfying, coming back through areas and killing things. You know, I really do wonder, like, why they decided to add this after image. Yeah, a la carte. Like, it's cool, for sure. But, like, was there any reason for it other than being cool? Like, it doesn't really need one aside from it looks neat. Oh, right. She can use healing stuff. Figure while I'm here, I might as well go visit the librarian.
Young Master Alucard.
How about this?
There we go. So he does have those. And does it equip two of the same thing?
Thank you.
How about this?
Thank you. Young Master Alucard, how may I serve you?
How about this?
Is obnoxiously within reach, but also meh.
How about this? How about this?
just remembered there's the miss gate down here that I couldn't do before. Ear Curse and Jewel Knuckles. Jewel Knuckles are actually like a really fun weapon. Seem to have forgotten that I can be a bat. Yeah, sure. Why not?
I've been waiting for you.
Richter, why would a Belmont ever plan to resurrect Count Dracula?
Dracula rises once a century. One chance for each Belmont to shine, and then we're finished. Forgotten. If I bring him back now, the battle can last for eternity. Such power! My greatest attack! What a waste of time.
What a rude line.
What a waste of time.
And Richter's tougher than I remember. I do just kind of want to kill him because it's been forever since I've done that route.
Come! Fight harder! I still lust for blood!
That's a better line. Can I please get out of the corner? Jesus Christ.
Such power! My greatest attack!
Hydrothor!
Pointless! Only he has any power!
So the answer is just don't get hit, stupid.
Such power! My greatest attack!
It's over, Belmont.
There we go.
So, The war between humans and vampires finally ends here. What need for the shepherd when the wolves have all gone, huh? My time. It's over now.
Mankind knows little but war and desperation. What other way of life did Belmont know? He and Father chose the same path. Farewell, homeland. I shall never see your beauty again.
Forgot that this version doesn't actually get the weird pop song. Anyway, oh hey, we beat it technically. More to come after things. I did it. Okay. Back to the game. It's a little bit of a shame that the loading times are quite so quick, because it was a fun little thing in the loading screen, messing with the now loading text. Power of Mist. I think it just means that Mist is... Actually, I can't remember if that's that I can be Mist for longer, or... Press at the time. I don't remember if Power of Mist is extends Mist time or... E-Writer, I swear. What is up with this just one? How did I miss? Went in a straight line. I am in the square. Okay, there we go. Now it's counted. I don't know what changed. Okay, so we can go back over. We can get all the corners in the cathedral. We can. Oh. I seem to remember that there's like one either save room or warp room that has a breakable. Huh. The basic attack is the that thrust. No. Damn it. I don't know what happened to my fairy, but she stopped coming around. Never realized there's a face on that sword. He must return to his home planet, where he can be the 12-foot tall Home Depot skeleton. Echo of Bat. Ah, yes, that thing. Right. I really need to track down the power of Wolf. Do I have any reason to go back? No. Still have the Sprite Weaker armor, so can't really get to far into that one room without very precise bat fly. Do have bats, so I can go get into all of these corners. I feel like there's a spell I'm forgetting still. Like, I swear there's one that's just like absorb energy from the surrounding enemies. Okay, thanks for that follow. Well, come on. You know what? No. No. I'm gonna trust my vibes on this one. Skill of Wolf, is that the one? Is that what I've been looking for? What I've been hoping for? Special move as Wolf. Does extend, use radar. Okay, there's still plenty of places to go to. Okay, here's the situation I'm mad about it. I have had closed whispers forever on Twitch. It's one of those things. It's just not worth it to have them open. And like, lately, over in being a mod elsewhere, I've had people like want to whisper me for reasons, and they can't because my whispers are closed. I finally went and tracked down the setting so that I could open whispers up for, you know, mod reasons. And just got a follow and then a whisper from that same person immediately saying, "Hey, I enjoy your streams." And it's like, bitch, I do not stream often enough for you to like my streams. Like, if you were a real person and I have just kicked you out, I'm only a little sorry. Because don't do that. Don't fucking do that. Do not like, just... Why are whispers even a thing on Twitch? Like, oh. It's like, fine, okay, fine. There's a reason for whispers to exist on Twitch and, you know, hooray for social nonsense, but whatever. But, like, I am actively streaming. There is a Twitch chat right there. If you enjoy my streams, you can chat in Twitch chat and not personally, like, whisper at me? Like, the fuck? I will put you on blast. Like, that's... I don't care if this is coming across as mean, but don't fucking do that. What it comes across as, undeniably, in no uncertainty, is you're a bot who's about to offer me some sort of, oh, I make Twitch art and banners and things, and I can money in your social security number, please. Why doesn't the map clear as bad? Nice Mail, Bekatawa, and Shaman Shield. Of course, I left a gap in my inventory somewhere. Plain, easy to use war sword. I have already had one of those, haven't I? So there's a different plain, easy to use war sword. I really don't want to... I swear there is a way. I have sworn there was a way to, like, actually sort. It's not just, you know, do it manually. real quick for mapping purposes. Get him, sword. Two squares were just annoying. Where am I going? We can either head down towards the front, or we can head towards the clock tower middle area. Okay, that stuff, that armor would have been excellent in fighting Richter. And still will be, because we'll have to go into that fight later, just under different circumstances. Oh no, he does holy damage. If only. There's Power of Wolf. There's some really obnoxious. There it is. There's some secret, like, button. I remember seeing that, like, back in the day when, you know, we didn't have nice digital cameras and capture cards and all that stuff. Trying to look at a fuzzy photo of a CRT of like a fully complete map, trying to find like the one or two rooms that I was missing in. One of them was this room, and trying to read about like how to get into this room. And it's just like it's some sort of weird thing where it's just like you fly through the weird tunnel. It's shiny. Wait. Is that you? That just summons money? That's hilarious. Just the quarter. The quarter circle forward of this sword, just make it rain. Okay, this is actually a really fun sword. Well, if I ever need money for anything, this is definitely the way to go. Is probably not even in here, but like into the zombie room. Just... Okay. That's enough of that. That is a really fun sword, though. Anyway, back to actual adventures. Great. Okay, I do have something in my eye. 1 second. Alright. Back into it. So we know that that only comes in from that direction. There has been a door on the right side of something that has been there forever, apparently, and I have not been there. Alright, well that explains it at least. Could have gotten here a long time ago, though, by jumping down. really don't want to look up spells. Like, that is something I'm hoping to, like, get the as organic as an experience as I can, you know, knowing that spells exist. And already having remembered a few of them. I swear there's a soul absorb or something like that.
Dark Metamorphosis.
There they are. Man, if I ever switch weapons, I'm gonna have a hard time. Because I've got so much range with this Flamberge. Got good defense, but I like having magic damage. Well, I've been playing long enough for it to count as after sunset. Oh boy. It's my favorite. Nightmare.
Mother!
Alucard, is that you?
I'm coming, Mother! I'll save you!
No, Alucard, stay away!
Mother!
It's all right. If my death can save others, I gladly surrender my life.
No! I won't let this happen!
It's too late. Just stay with me. Hear my last words to you.
Yes, Mother.
Humans. You cannot live with them You can only hate them, do them harm.
What?
Theirs is such a hard lot. Release them from their pain. Begin with the ones who killed me.
No, it wasn't like this.
Alucard, what's wrong?
My mother never said such a thing.
What do you mean? I am your mother. Do as I say. Release them. Kill them.
No, you are not my mother. What kind of demon are you?
Strong enough to break my spell, hmm? I like that.
You deserve worse than death for this, demon.
Then give it to me, little boy. Don't be shy.
I've never really let this fight go on to like appreciate. Oh, jeez. The music of it.
Darkling, I smell your blood, your hunger. That strength, that beauty. You really are the son of Lord Dracula.
Death in the dream world will set your soul wandering for eternity, demon.
Wait! I beg of you!
Jeez, she really went for it. Hey, it's one of the things I need. Wear a clock. God, that's where one of the two came from. Alright, I got ice mail at some point. I did not look at it. Well, that was easy. Enchanted semi-invisible cape. More constitution, more luck. Yeah, that is cute. It has the highlight is purple, and then the base color is just like full alpha, so that's neat. Scimitar. Nothing fancy about it. Hello, frog. Dance puppets. That is actually really funny. That, you know, the whole Trevor goes to Dead by Daylight. Victor and Simon get to go play in Smash. That is excellent.
Welcome aboard, O Prince. Shall I guide thee across the river?
Oh yeah, I do. That. What is that? The Circle of the non-Circle of the Moon. Which one was that? I think it was the one that came like right after Circle of the Moon. That is, in fact, the thing that was. Summons the Oarsman. That's it. Harumph. I feel like there's a Alucard Jam emote in this. Just the stepping left and right. Oh, that's the Dead by Daylight lore. Fantastic. And you can, I don't know if it comes across on stream, but there's like a little light bar that seems to be controlling the shadow. You can see like the front of the bar. A mushroom. Oh, secret boots. Oh, right. These are the ones that make you a pixel taller. Super not worth it, but also really funny. Do we want to just suck it up, lose the health, and get that? I'll be coming back over this way anyway. Thank you for your service, Donkey Kong. Right, this is what actually leads down to this area. I just realized I don't think my mic delay has been set correctly the entire time streaming. Okay, good news. It was. It was set incorrectly last time I was streaming. I really need to get around to playing a lot more of those Castlevanias. Like, I picked up the game, like the Advanced Collection or whatever it was. I really need to go through and play more of those because, like, the only one that I've actually played is Circle of the Moon. I played that on a launch period Game Boy Advance where, like, the screen was so there's, you know, the Game Boy Advance originally didn't have a lit screen. They're just backlights weren't a thing largely at the time.
Thy destiny awaits, O Prince.
Great. But on top of not having a backlight, the original, like, launch period I've made a mistake. Just a bit. There, caught up. But yeah, the launch period Game Boy Advances somehow had an even darker screen. That's my freedom from water problem, right? Holy symbol. Yes. But as it turns out, trying to play a game with a dark color scheme, like Castlevania, on road trips with a screen that didn't have a backlight and somehow was darker than, you know, a black hole, made it kind of difficult. Still had fun, but I remember nothing from that game aside from the pitch black screen and trying to see anything and, like, occasionally getting, like, okay, I've got direct sunlight on the screen I can see for 30 seconds at a time. Boy, knuckle dusters. Now I should be perfectly fine and safe in one piece. Okay, catacombs. There's no other way back up from the catacombs unless there's a warp. Remember if there is. These Nunchaku look a lot more like Tonfas. Pretty good attack power, though. Especially for getting 2 hits in. Yeah, I did almost put a joke about Dead by Daylight in stream title. Ended up deciding against it because I have played Dead by Daylight twice? Once was like in 2016 when it was just launching. It was the first Steam game I bought in a long time. I kind of swore off buying Steam games after I realized, oh hey, I never get around to playing most of this. A bunch of friends were like just about to play. It's like, okay, fine. I will buy this game because I'm pretty sure it was like, I don't think it was early access at the time, but it was like super early on, to the point that I don't think I paid current price for that game. There we go. Got that little bit of map. Yeah, aside from playing it like that one time with friends early on, tried it again recently and it's just like, man, this sure has gone the way of mobile games. With infinite crossovers and battle passes and just a whole progression system is just like, I super do not care about any of this. It's like there's some neat crossovers and some characters that, sure, I would love to be able to play as Leon or any of the other Resident Evil characters, or forgetting what other crossovers were available already. Like, tons of characters that's like, yeah, it would be cool to play as them. I already bought this game and I don't want to shell out more money, so guess not. And I do not care to engage with any of the retention systems, so it was fun to visit. But I think it is one of those games where it's like I've largely had my fun with it. It's like maybe if friends are all playing it, then I will hop in, but like, especially seeing some people stream it for like the 2v8 really got some people excited. So a few people I know were streaming it, and it's like, this looks like an amount of fun, but also as soon as you start running into the end game of like survivors camping the exit just to be jerks, it's just like, wow, this is why I don't play multiplayer online games for the long. Alright, now it is time for the catacombs. Alright, I think there's some enemies that I really like because I am a sucker. Save point? Yeah. Okay, these torches are kind of awesome. Like, they are super foreboding. They have the big light circle around the flame. Let's jump right into that. Admittedly, that was kind of hard to look at. This is one of those things that only the demon card can do. Let's try this again. Hey, fairy. Look, it's a button. Go get it. Please hit the button.
You can count on me.
Apparently I can't. No. Boo. Stole my clock again. Hooray! Demon card. Didn't have to go far for it. These gremlin enemies are such a great visual design.
Pleased to meet you, Master. I am ready to serve.
Okay. Hit the button. There you go.
There's a switch. Perhaps I should press it.
First strength of 24 men. Also read as increases strength by 24, I believe. That is... takes away all of your defense. Fascinating. Okay, as fun as that is. Ooh, that's fascinating. I'm gonna go with, you know, all the stats and also have 0 defense. This is gonna be the warp, isn't it? Yep. Well, since we're here. So, like, the whole familiar system, I do like that it exists. It's also one of those things that I always find myself wanting to look up, like, a proper guide or FAQ about it. Like, I know that the familiars have, like, their own leveling system. And I know that they can do specific things, but I never really remember any of the details of what any of these familiars can do. It's like, the demon can hit that switch. That's Catacombs proper. Combat knife. Just a flat combat dagger that does more damage than a flamberge. Jeez. Also really fast. Okay, we're gonna have to experiment with this somewhat because that holding. These weirdos. Red. I always forget about that sprite. Oh my goodness.
this a little suspicious?
I really want to know if this does anything. Okay, so unarmed, he does the same thing where he puts his dukes up. I have unfortunately hit the point at which I am tired of all of this being just such an incredible mess. Okay, there. Of course, the moment I do this, they give me more new items. Hey, that's what you want to see. It is better defense, but we're going to hold on to the holy mail for now because absorbing holy might help at some point. Okay, there we go. It's like I do miss the range of my definitely miss the range of the flamberge. But also this stupid combat myth does so much damage. I feel like every time I get to the catacombs, I'm a little bit tired. And I don't know, maybe it's something about like this music. Another ballroom mask. Really curious to see that hit. Only hitting for 53. Huh. Interesting. This seems to have a increases defense, but it lowers intelligence. There we go. I was expecting the boss from the inverse castle. I forgot that regular castle is the one with the corpse ball. And all that to get our friend Murgamel. Strong Versoli. Same power as the Ice Brand. No special powers. Hey, though, those guys are just a little bit too short. Like, Alucard will miss. Thought so. It's like looking at the map, it's like, yeah, that's gonna be a save point, isn't it? Bloodstone. Blood healing ability, which is actually really kind of nice. At the cost of 1 to all stats. It's like maybe if I had more things that like a big HP restore by cat damage. I love that cat damage is a type of damage. And it's a real type of damage. It's kind of a rare type of damage, but it is a real type of damage. Walking out of the teleporter without checking where I'm at. Where am I going? There's a square on my map that I just didn't get marked as going to, and that kind of sucks. Unfortunately, the nearest warp point is the one I just came from. I still have not... There? That ledge. What I need to get to is the spike hallway.
Young Master Alucard.
How about this?
Realized there was a wolf charge.
How about this?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
How about this?
Young Master Alucard.
How about this? How about this?
Okay, so still having that think about things regarding like why this is actually fine. Like the entire point of this playing this was like, why does this game hold up? Why do I like this more than I like modern Metroids? And I do think a lot of it comes down to just like with modern Metroids, there's been so little opportunity to like use your full tool set in the end game. It's like you get your final upgrades just like right before the end. And it just kind of creates, I don't know, it's very much like not having time to actually enjoy your abilities. And like the entire purpose of those abilities is to just kind of do a second lap around the entire map. Like that's what I find frustrating about modern Metroids. And again, like why I will... It's why I will defend the relic hunt in why I defend the relic hunt in Metroid Prime.
Alucard, have you seen Richter?
There is a Belmont here. You are right about that.
I knew it! Where is he?
The one I saw was with the enemy. He called himself the Lord of this castle.
What? That's impossible! You're wrong! I have to go.
I do love the sit animation, and like it's so extra. There's not just a sit frame, but there's like a full sit down, cross leg, and then slouch one more pixel. Like it's so extra. Anyway, like again, the thing that I think is actually good about Metroid Prime's Relic Hunt is that it does create an extended period of time in which you are playing the game at full power. And like with the Relic Hunt, you have like even after the Relic Hunt, you still have not just one final boss, but you have Ridley and also... Let's examine this map and see if there's any half-decent way to get anywhere. Not really, no. was like, your second trip through the world map in Metroid Prime is driven by the relic hunt. And it gives you this entire opportunity to do all of your backtracking and item gathering with purpose that's not just make numbers go up. And I think that's really the thing that I miss in other Metroids. I need to play Super Metroid again at some point. I've only played through it once, and it's really fascinating. Actually, this is where I want to go. Like, thinking about this game, we've been able to go into into a boss fight and beat the game for a couple hours now. And I have done that. I have a save, like, immediately beforehand if I really want to check, like, time stuff. But, like... just that, like, 1 pixel. Anyway. I think ultimately, like, what I think works better in a Metroidvania than getting all of your abilities
That voice. Maria?
I'm sorry. You were right. He is with the enemy.
Richter Belmont, in league with Dracula.
He must be under someone else's control. We can't hurt him, whatever we do.
But he must be stopped.
Yes, but can you? Then for all our sakes, show me that you will.
Wait, what? I don't remember this. Apparently, that is not a cat.
You're stronger than I am. You can save Richter. Will you? Please?
I can't promise that, but I will stop him.
If it must be that way. Here, I found these. Take them.
And these are?
If you wear them, you can see beyond illusions.
Thank you. I go to find Richter. Stay and pray for him.
I don't remember that fight existing. Anyway, what I think really works in Metroid's, or in Castlevania's favor, is that I think I've had pretty much every movement ability, and like, there's still gear to find. And like, technically the final... I just got, I think, the final key item that is just like... I remember if Mark Brown did a Boss Keys episode on Symphony of the Night. Don't think he did. Because it's like, there are definitely key items. And it's like, we do need to go still gather, like, we need to do the, you know, rest of the, draw the rest of the owl.
I've been waiting for you.
Answer me. Why is a Belmont planning to resurrect
Alright,
Count
this seems to be
Dracula?
all the same that it was before.
Dracula rises once a century. One chance for each Belmont to shine. And then we're finished. Forgotten. If I bring him back
It's like-
now, the battle can last for eternity.
You have lost your way. So be it, Vampire Hunter. Let your battle begin with me.
How inconvenient. But we've only just begun. The Master's ascension is at hand.
I am really curious about the design process of the inverted castle. Like, when did they decide they were going to do that?
No! What have I done?
You saved him, Alucard. Thank you so much.
Alucard? The Alucard? You can't be. That was over 300 years ago.
Never mind that. Is the man who controlled you in that castle?
Yes, I think so.
Maria, take Richter and leave here. I'll finish this.
All right. Good luck.
So silly they have that one square.
The Dark Priest Shaft. He's trying to revive Dracula at the center of the other castle. Hurry!
Please take care, Alucard. May the Lord protect you.
I'm curious if Maria had more to say down in the center of the castle here. I don't think I've tried pressing up. Press like all the other buttons. Anyway, like... Okay, so here's the thing, like... there's still... We still have an entire castle to explore. But, like, in terms of relics, yeah, I'm still missing some stuff. In terms of, like, key movement abilities, I've been done with that since I got the gravity boots. Which is blue. More constitution, more defense. A standard sword. Good attack power. A library card. Okay, I don't want to quite wrap yet, but I should soon because my controller did say it was going to die a while ago. And I've just realized that my backup controller has also been sitting right here next to me with the intent of me, you know, plugging it in at some point. So, Anyway, like, the entire question that I've been trying to suss out. Hooray, sort of. Sounds fun. Wow. Works. That's cool. What is your attack power? Pretty decent. Like, it is a pretty slow attack, but it is pretty fun being able to do that. Right, an entire heckin' army. This is the warp, right? I didn't realize that they, when they flip this, that sure is a boss. They also flipped the CD, so it would still say CD. Okay, so the entire thing, like, the thing that I've been trying to examine with this is just like, the last couple of Metroids I played, which were modern Metroids, I really had a kind of a bad time with them, and a lot of it felt just like there was just a bit too much straightforward direction. And it felt like there was no true benefit to exploration. And like, in a way it was kind of punishing. I don't think I've ever died to that boss before.
I hope that you might, but all for nothing.
What does that mean, Maria? Anyway, I should probably wrap it there. Let's at least get into somewhere that has some music or something. Okay. I'm going to finish this thought. With modern Metroids, I found them, like, linear doesn't sound like the right word, but, like, maybe it is. I just found that there was never a reason to, like, go back and search areas that I had been to, and knew that there was something there that I couldn't do at the time, but wanted, like, to take the time to go back to that area early would just ultimately be kind of a waste of time, because it's like, yeah, maybe I can get this one thing now that I have the, I don't know, we'll say missiles. It's a bad choice because, you know, missiles, whatever. But anyway, I have some key item that allows me to do something that I couldn't do before. But also, why should I go back now instead of just waiting until I have all of my abilities and go back later? And like, it kind of sucks. It just kind of sucks where it's just like, cool, I'm just never going to backtrack because there's no reason to. And it's like, yeah, it might be nice to have the extra ammo or the health, but otherwise, it's just not worth it. It's just absolutely not worth it to me to, like, go take the time now to go back and examine things. First, wait for the time in which I have all of my abilities and can go back and just do a grand sweep of the entire map. But that leads to going through the game, getting all the abilities, and then just doing a lap through the map purely for numbers going up. That's primarily the ammunition numbers, but also the item completion number. And it's just creates this, like, really dissatisfying situation where it's like, I want to get all the things because I'm generally a completionist. I like to do the stuff. But it just feels really bad to be like, okay, the boss is right through this door. Let me just turn around and walk away and come back in 3 hours. And like, that happened in 2 Metroids back to back for me. It was just like, okay, cool, the boss is this direction. Let me go just run the entire loop of the map to get all of the items for no reason. Like, the only thing left to do was to go through that door and fight one boss, and that's the end of the game. So it's like, it takes forever to get all of your tools, and then there's nothing to use your tools on aside from making number go up in a really dissatisfying way. Whereas in Metroid Prime, you have, like, you can gather all of your almost all of the relics along the way. There's one that you need to go back for, and that's it. Like, you need the Phazon suit in order to go through a Phazon-filled tunnel. And, like, technically, yes, you can grab all of the relics along the way, except for that one, and it's really not that far of the way from getting the Phazon suit. But in a casual playthrough, before you know that, you're going to have the whole power-gathering arc that completes with getting the Phazon suit. And then it's like, okay, now I need to do the relic hunt and go revisit all of these areas at at pretty much full power. Like, maybe you don't have all of the ammunition and stuff, but you have all of your equipment. So then you can use all of your equipment and enjoy it throughout the entirety of the relic hunt, and that gives you an excuse to do all the backtracking that you still might need to do in order to gather all of the power-ups and pickups, and ammo counters go up and item completion number go up. But then even at max ammo capacity, you still have a boss fight. You still have 2 boss fights, not just one. And you also have, like, it's a small zone, but like having a high power bomb count really, really helps in the impact crater. And you are rewarded for having done that searching. And like you get at least a little bit more time to enjoy your full power set. Whereas in Symphony of the Night, and I really should get around to playing more of the Game Boy Advance ones, and also replay Circle of the Moon, because I haven't played it since, like, what is that, 2001 maybe? All of the, like, I am currently at the point in this game, going into the second castle, there are still relics to find. And specifically for accessing the final fight, I need to I need to find like the 5 bits of Vlad. But there's also a couple other relics. I don't remember what to do. But I have had my entire core movement set since I got the high jump boots, whatever those things are called, gravity boots. Like that was the final piece of movement tech, technically. But there are like other things that still act as keys to lock specific things out, such as the holy symbol to provide protection against water, and the spike breaker armor to allow me to get through the spiky hallway, and the holy glasses to allow me to see the orb above Richter's head. It's like there's a lot of smaller key items that do pretty specific things, and those are still valuable and interesting, but they're not primary power level moveset things. It's like I've got my I've got my wolf powers, I've got my mist powers, I've got my bat powers, I've got double jump, I've got my vertical leap, I've got all of that stuff. I think it's more that in Metroid, you don't really get just keys. You don't get things that just like allow you to do small things. You get weapons and stuff that isn't for your arsenal and big movement abilities. And it's like you get things in Metroid, they are larger, bigger swings, but that also means that you just don't have small, important things. Like, you could say the gravity suit and the holy symbol are kind of similar, because the gravity suit allows you to move through water, but it also upgrades your defensive capabilities and all this other stuff, and it feels like a much bigger thing than just making it so that you don't take damage in water. Because it's like, yeah, you take damage in water, but it's like, for the most part, it's not that bad. Like, you can do what I did, where I fell off the boat and walked the rest of the way through the water to get to the end. Like, the water is still technically traversable without this thing, but it makes it to where water is no longer a primary danger. Or like there is no more threat to water. And it's like, it's still a valuable item, but it's not truly preventing traversal. The spike armor is a key item for this one hallway. That's kind of, I think that's something that this game does really well, is just like, there are a lot of smaller keys. And like, you get small interesting thing that has an effect and lets you get through like a certain specific challenge, maybe. Whereas it's like, I don't know. I'm really wrecking my brain on this, because it's like, I still have an entire castle to go adventure through. And there's not really that much that I'm going to find in it that is progression. There's the key items that I need to get into the end game. There's a couple relics left. Like, I'm gonna load that file back up real quick. Just so I can poke around in the menu. Going to go somewhere that had music, but then I remembered there's no music anyway. So it's like, okay, we've got the poison mist ability. I think there might be another thing about bat that like allows for swarming or something. I forget what that is. And then these 5 of these should be the like heart, rib, eye, etc. of Vlad. You know what? I still have game FAQs up. Let's just go through the relic list. See what I'm missing. Okay, cool. They apparently alphabetized and did not do the order that they appear in. So, bat card, or, you know, you can summon a bat. Zoe. Items materialize. Like, that's another one that's just like, that's a cool item. Totally unnecessary, kind of, but it's like, that's just a neat item that makes it to where now when you break a torch, there's stuff inside. Echo of Bat. Key item so that you can get through the one dark hallway. It's one hallway. The Demon card to press the button. That's it. Eye of Vlad is one of those key items that we need to get into the final fight. The fairy card, fairy summon, which apparently she points out secret passageways. That's neat. Fairy scroll, again, just a neat thing. Displays enemies' names. Cool. Fire of Bat, being able to shoot fire as a bat. That's neat. Totally not required. So yeah, one of the things we're missing is the Force of Echo, which will make the Echo actually do an attack instead of just being for bypassing a hallway. Poison form of mist. Apparently the Saturn version had a dash relic. That's neat. Ghost card for summoning the ghosts. There are oh, hey. Neat. Apparently, after a double jump, you can do a slightly more diagonal gravity jump. Like, so many of these relics are just like, these are fun, but not really required. It's like, Soul of Wolf, honestly, I don't think there was really anything that required Wolf specifically. It's been handy and useful because it makes me, like, it makes it where I can get around faster. It's like, this is a fun thing to have, but it doesn't do anything that I can think of in particular. The mist allows me to bypass a few grates, but there's like 4 of them total. The Jewel of Open is just like a raw key. Merman statue also just like a raw key. Or technically a key for that one, you know, like the one button that needs hitting. Like Soul of Bat, important. Echo of Bat, key for like one hallway. Gravity boots are like gravity boots and leap stone are like primary move sorts of things. Soul of Bat is a primary move thing. Let's see what else is in this list. Apparently there was a Sprite card in the Japanese version only. Apparently, if I keep that Sword of Familiar out and get it up to level 50, I can start equipping it. Yeah, let's go through this list again because I think like we've got the power up to make Echo do damage. We've got the power up to make Fog, the mist do damage. We have the 5 bits of Vlad. That leaves 2 slots. What am I forgetting? I have Vlad. Scroll, Fire of Bat, Force Echo. Something exists in the PSX version. Exists in the PS version. exist in the PSX version. Yeah, there's like 3 things that don't exist in the PSX version, so maybe 2 of these just aren't used. I think like that is something that's pretty fascinating, actually. It's just like a lot of the key items, there's not a lot of like actual places to use them. There's some others. But yeah, it's like at this point, it's just I have another castle to explore, and I do need to find the 5 MacGuffins in order to get to the end game for the true ending. But like, I have all of the key. Like aside from that, I have all of my abilities. And there's just going to be like more equipment and items to find. And I think that's kind of what makes this game more fun. It's just like it is the RPG aspects that like really add to this game. Because it makes it to where it's just like you're not just going around and you're not just, you know, firing the same beams at everything for the second half of the game. You're still finding new equipment and finding new weapons and finding new shields, and like you have these other vectors of reward to enjoy. So it's like, yes, it's exploring the same castle but upside down, which is honestly super cool, and like it's a shame that you can't really get away with that trick again. It's the Symphony of the Night did it. Anybody that does it, anybody else that tries to do it, is just going to have them called out as, hey, Symphony of the Night already did it. And their answer is just going to be, yeah, they did. And it was cool. So, wham. So I do think, like, what makes this so classic? What makes this so good? Pressing buttons and trying to just do things. Okay, so since this is like the PS4 re-release, there's some options in here that I want to mess with. Nope. Options. Display. And set that to full. Let's hit normal for a moment. Okay, so yeah, it is just oddly letterboxed. It's like one thing in particular to look at with this version of not. Okay, there is a pixel down. Just barely. Like, one was, I don't know if it's just my screen or something, but like, that was definitely, it looked like there was nothing there. Also, I would just like to point out how just kind of gross the smoothing looks. Anyway, like, ultimately, that's kind of the question I've been asking myself this entire time of going through this playthrough. It's just like, what makes this game interesting throughout? Why don't I have that same feeling that I do with modern Metroids, where like, what keeps this game from getting to a point where it's just like, oh, I need to just do a lap of the full map to get all the key items, and then I can do another lap of the map. And I think a lot of it, honestly, is just like, I could explore a good chunk of the map fully with the tools I had at the time. Like, it was, there were a few key points where it's like, no, you need the bat, or it's like, no, you need the double jump. Like, those were kind of the big ones of like, go revisit areas where it was just like, hey, yeah, this is just out of reach. So like, ultimately, I think it's just like, because you can go through, part of it's that you can go through, and a lot of the map you can cover on your first trip there, and you don't need to go back through those areas in full once you get later abilities. Once, like, I haven't needed to go back through the clock tower since I went through there. It's like, I went through the clock tower once. Maybe I went back through it like to get to somewhere, but like, I didn't need to go back into the clock tower to explore the clock tower. And there's just like large chunks of the map where it's just like, you just go through it and you complete it, and it's kind of a segment of the map that just doesn't need to be revisited. And a lot of, I feel like a good chunk of those are towards the extraneous parts of the map, or like, they are kind of corners that are, you can navigate around without needing to pass through them. Like, I think the one that's always the most egregious in terms of like, thing what you need to go through, and you're going to feel it every time you go through it, is like the one really long hallway with all of the parallax. Like, that one, just because it's like, it's such a long straight hallway, and there's not really anything you can do about it aside from go through it, and hopefully you have your wolf power so you can just rush through it as a wolf and just run through the enemies. So it's like, part of it is just being able to mark off chunks of the map your first time through. Part of it is that you'll have some key notes of like, yeah, you just couldn't go this way for whatever reason. And that's like, it's clear on your map that it's like, yeah, there were like entryways here and here, but you couldn't open the floor here because you didn't have the double jump, so you couldn't jump up to this area to step on a switch. Or you couldn't go through here because you didn't have the Cube of Zoe, or the door of open, the Jewel of Open. There we go. So it's like the early stuff is yeah, it is really like this is where it's getting fascinating. It's just like the early stuff that is blocking you is not blocking large chunks, but it is blocking these little like you're seeing these side paths that you could be going down. But like you are wrapping up full entire rooms and like you're wrapping up a ton of stuff. Just curious, my percentage, 105%, nice. That, I think does put me on pace for full clear. But it's like I think the most that you're leaving behind in your first trip through is because you don't have double jump. And you just don't have the height to get through a lot of things. So it's like the Jewel of Open, I think there's only like 3 doors that you need to open with that, honestly. This would be a fascinating one to like fully break down in terms of key item requirements and like that whole chain, because it's like there's the like there does seem to just be like, hey, you need this key item in these 3 places, and that's really about it. And like you're going through and you're kind of having to leave things unexplored because you don't have double jump. And then you get your double jump, and like that opens up a few key options. And like I think that's your primary like movement tech, honestly. Like part of it is you just have, you know, the Dark Souls one-way doors of come back around in this path to hit a switch or like stab a thing, and that will open the way forward, or open the way between these 2 points. There's a few of those. There's the, and that's just something you can't bypass. Like that's just a hard come from this direction. Your double jump is your primary like actual shift in how you start viewing the navigable space. And that will allow you to like interact with the clock tower and get into the arena to get your mist. And the mist just allows you to go through grates, which will unlock your bat. And once you have bat, then everything's navigable at that point. Like, technically, the gravity boots are movement tech, but it's like, it doesn't actually unlock any new space. You could already just turn into a bat and fly there. So it's like the gravity boots are not, they're not a key item. Like they provide a valuable movement tech for traversing vertical spaces quickly, but they aren't providing new movement. You could already turn into a bat to fly vertically. And like once you have your bat, then the entire map is pretty much open, and it's just like I need this specific key for this specific lock. Such as finding the spike armor to break the spikes to go talk to Maria. finding the 2 rings in order to open the secret in the clock room. This game's fascinating. Like, it's really fascinating that it's just like so many of the keys and locks are really small, and like they're like small and specialized keys and locks, and not like grand swaths of map or something like that. Like, there's basically, it's like, okay, you've got at any point, this like the most you get out of something is like, cool, you now have like 3 potential places to go explore, and you can get to them quickly. Like, there is something that really needs to be pointed out about this map, and like this is where it's just like level design excellent, where you have all these crisscrossing paths, you have the teleporters placed well so that you can easily get to a teleporter and then cover the rest of the distance on foot. Like, it's this is the thing that's like Dark Souls 2, yeah, they have fast travel unlocked from the start, but like getting the Lord Vessel in Dark Souls 1 was the coolest things, and I really do enjoy that kind of fast travel to specific points because they're important, and then take the rest of the way on foot. I say that, but then I immediately think about Legend of Dragoon, where that's technically what was happening, but because it was because of how traversing the world and the random encounters and everything works in that game, it was frustrating. But that's my thoughts on Legend of Dragoon in full. Is it's frustrating. It's like, ultimately what makes this game good is the RPG mechanics, and having all of the variety of gear to play with, and like that's kind of the primary rewards that I'm going into for the second castle, is like the inverted castle. It's like I'm on a relic hunt for the 5 parts of Vlad, which each one gives me some boon of like plus 10 to some stat. And like, aside from that, it's finding, the Alucard equipment that was taken from me by death, which is like, find your in-game armor, find your 5 keys, and go fight and win the game. But I have an entire castle to explore a second time, but now it's upside down, which is just like an interesting, like, it's a fascinating thing to have flipped the castle upside down. So it's kind of there's the pointing Leo of just like, hey, I recognize this. But seeing it upside down and like getting it recontextualized, just like, hey, I recognize this, and it's neat now, but it's also upside down, which makes it a specific challenge in a specific way, that you just would not have thought of the first time through. So it's like, the second half of the game is a recontextualized challenge that is offering recognition and letting you enjoy the entirety of your tool set that you've been building up. And there's not anything that's going to be stopping me in any which direction. It's all going to be like, okay, yeah, go this way. Or like, go explore. Go do the entirety of the castle. Nothing's stopping you. it's like, what's keeping the game from getting old at that point is just like, it's honestly just like a fun action platformer. Like that is where like the old timey, like that's what old Castlevania excelled at, was being just a fun action platform. And they were able to like take that and use that strength to bolster the adventure gameplay that comes from what is now coined Metroidvania style, but like adventure is the actual word. It's the primordial ooze word of keys and locks and whatnot. I'm fully ruminating right now, of just like, why is this game good? Well, I mean, obviously it's just good, right? But no, like, what makes this game, like, what is it about this game specifically? And I think a lot of it just comes down to execution is extremely on point. And that's not helpful. So okay, so like what's making this game good and unique? Like what is the unique selling point? Inverted castle, kind of neat, but like that's a cherry on top, sort of. That's not right, but like it's a clever contextual thing that makes the second half of the game interesting in a way that just more castle would not. So like how is this, what makes this different from Super Metroid? One, I should play Super Metroid again at some point to like get my head around it in a better sense. No, like I feel like Super Metroid also kind of runs into this, where it has a lot of the game is building up your power, but like we're going to discount the hyper beam because that's, you know, in-game shenanigans. Trying to remember like where things are locked in Super Metroid, and this is where my unfamiliarity with it comes into play. It's just like what is actually locking things? Like what do you get for defeating good lord, I have forgotten the boss's name. Heck, not Fantoon. It's the dumb water thing that you can kill with the grapple beam. Oh, brain, why have you forsaken me? Anyway, what do you get for killing that boss? What's on the other side of the door? I legitimately cannot remember. Like overall, I think like the thing is that with Super Metroid, it's like, yes, you're building up your power and your movements, you're building up your power and your movements and your various beam options and stuff for a long time, and like there's a lot of incremental upgrades that make an impact in an interesting way. But I feel like you still hit your overall final power level way earlier than modern Metroids. And like, yes, you can go searching the map for all of the completion and getting all of the items and all the power-ups and ammo counts and whatnot. But like, you still have a pretty significant chunk of game. Like, going down... Is that Turian? I'm tired. I haven't played Super Metroid more than once. And it's been several years. So it's like, I've got speed runs to go off of. But yeah, like overall, it's like you have an area to go through, and like yes, it is kind of a small area, much in the way the impact crater is kind of a small area, but like you have a dangerous small area to go through, and you have the final confrontation, Mother Brain, and of course the escape sequence because it's Metroid. But like you have time to enjoy your full power set, and I think that's the strength of Super Metroid. I think I want to say that's true. That you have time to enjoy your, if not entirely full power set, but like I think part of it is just like they don't. You get super missiles pretty early on. You get power bombs pretty early on, and they don't like hold that back for a really long time. It's like you can start getting those things pretty early on, and like you can get your suit power-ups at some point. I really need to play Super Metroid again. Like ultimately you have time to enjoy your power. Right? Like it's not just like, well, I finally have the final power-up. Like the final ability is mine now. Boss door is right there. I guess I'll turn around and explore the entirety of the map again. Like I think that's the thing. I think that's kind of the key. I think that's the zhuzh, the smoky gun. I don't know what I'm looking for in terms of words, but like the thing what bothers me. And it's like I kind of was already pointing at this, is like this is what bothers me about these two Metroid games that I've played. But it's like there's just no time to enjoy your power in a significant way. Like you can enjoy that power as a, you're running a second lap of the map, but like that's it, and your numbers are just going up, and it's mostly just for an item completion thing. And I think that's another strength of Castlevania over Metroids, is that it's not tracking item completion, at least not like that's not what's on the save file. It's map completion. It is, have you been to the squares on the map? And to some degree, that's also a bit of annoyance because, like, there's that one square in the underwater cave section that is just like, it's technically a bit of map, but basically you have to go rub against a wall to mark that square as complete. Like, there are specific annoyances, but it's like, I don't know, I feel like it would hurt Symphony of the Night if there were an item pickup counter. Because like you do have, your heart and your heart increases and your life increases. And those are like important power-up sorts of items. And since there's only those, and there's not like, this is where we get into like the what separates a Vania versus a Metroid. And your Metroids are largely about ammo counters, whereas Castlevania is about equipment. And equipment has the opportunity to be more unique and flavorful. Like, there's the boring stuff that is just like, yeah, number goes up. But then there's like the interesting things. Like the Jewel Sword is hilarious. Here's a sword that if you do a quarter circle forward and then hit attack, just drops maybe $5. And that's hilarious. And it's like also, it has a higher chance, it has a high chance to or it has a reasonable chance to like create or have an enemy drop a gem item. And I'm not sure if enemies were dropping other items while I was messing around with that for a while, but like that's the sort of thing that equipment offers, is that you can have silly things, you can have fun things, you can have, here's a bamboo, like here's your bamboo sword, here's your curse sword that doesn't do any damage, here's your nunchaku tonfa things that hit twice, here's your combat dagger that hits hard and has minuscule range but is also fast. And you get those little varying degrees. And like ultimately there's only like 2 animation sets, or like there's so animations for combat. Like there's the unarmed strikes, which are also used for the, it's like there's the unarmed strikes, which also has like the holding the button for the dukes up thing, which is reused for the combat knife, which also includes the special like downward kick jump thing. And then there's sword slashes, which covers most of your abilities and most of your weapons. I think even the rods are using the sword slash like Alucard animation. It's just like the rods are doing interesting animations to look not like swords. So it's just like being smart about those and then reusing those animations well, and then providing the timings via the weapons of like, oh, this sword is large, so it swings slowly. And like that's the variance, and that's the power of equipment as a reward vector. Because like, even if you find something that's just like number goes up, it's like, hey, neat, great, my numbers go up, which massages the brain in some way. But then there's the ones that are unique, like the dual sword, or any of the swords that have like a special attack, or the shield rod is its own thing, and the shield rod makes it to where any shield is super interesting. And all in all, this game's neat. Like that's the short version. But like, I think what makes this like a really successful game, and like why it still holds up and why it was so good to begin with, like part of it is the, yeah, cool, this whole inverted castle thing. Let me have this recontextualized second half of the adventure that is extending the gameplay in a way that is interesting and fascinating, and unfortunately can't be repeated without being derivative. But I think more so than that, it just has like a quality and quantity of actions available, and like there's enough in the base combat to provide a varied experience. You have the spells, you have the different sorts of equipment, you have like the striking, you have attack, you have attacking while ducking, you have attacking while jumping, you have that there's, going back to what I was saying about Zelda 2 way back forever ago, however many hours, there was a whole, just the having knights who have shields that block high or low and force you to try to get around that shield creates a much more dynamic and interesting combat system. And that's just a tiny thing. Like, that's just one thing that they added, and it becomes a much more interesting combat system. And then on top of that, you have spells, and you have like the special moves of stabbing upwards or downwards, and that creates a much richer combat system. And that's kind of what they've worked with here, is that you have your magic, you have like your various, you have a pretty wide variety of enemies that you have to approach in different ways based off their attack animations and their attack range and your attack range and your speed, and how many hits is it going to take to kill this guy versus that guy versus, you know, now that you have a new weapon or you leveled up, is that going to change the number of hits it takes to kill an enemy? And overall, it's like, it's one of those deceptively, seemingly simple, and maybe it actually is, but it feels complicated and it feels rich. So I think that's kind of like my final answer. So it's like, what makes this game good? And the cop-out answer is, it's very well executed. What did they execute on, though? They executed on making a simple yet complex, like a simple to understand, but complex enough that it remains interesting throughout combat system that leans into the strength of a variety of equipment and the like RPG systems that support that, while making enough keys of an interesting variety. Because it's like, if you okay, you could come through and you could replace all of the little things. Like the Spike Breaker armor could just be a key. You could just have a spike key. You could have the bat key for, or the echo key for the one hit. Like, you could replace a lot of these little moments with, this is just a key. Because it's like, it's not that navigating the spiky hallway as a bat using echolocation is particularly challenging, demanding, or in its own interesting, but it is more interesting than just finding a key to unlock a specific door. It's, ooh, hey, here's a dark hallway that's filled with spikes, and wait, I can turn into a bat and use echolocation to find my way through. Like, it's, the answer is obvious, sort of. Like, I don't even want to call it a puzzle, but it's like, the answer is obvious and right here. But it makes you feel clever by putting 1 and 1 together to make 2. Oh my goodness, you're so smart. And it's just like, it has more texture and more flavor. Like, I guess that's the word. Like, it's much more flavorful than if it were just a raw key. I think I might need to go back and watch, like, Mark Brown's whole Boss Keys series, because, like, it was a really fascinating series. I forget what all games he covered for that. And I'm really curious if he did touch on Symphony of the Night, because this is a really fascinating game in terms of, like, having specific keys for very specific keys for very specific moments, and also those keys being more interesting than just, this will open a door. It's like, hey, here's armor that lets you break all the spikes in this hallway, which is just satisfying. Here's echolocation for your bat form so you can traverse this dark hallway. And, like, it's like those creative flourishes that just like tickle the brain more than not. So like I think ultimately like what makes this good, a really competent, simple to understand, but simple and deep combat system with enough RPG mechanics to support a wider variety of equipment and loot that can be rewarded in place, like that can be rewarded throughout exploration. And I'm trying to avoid just saying, yeah, the pixel art's fucking incredible, the soundtrack is fucking incredible. Like, I'm trying to avoid the blanket statements of the execution super solid, and like I was trying to read some reviews about this game to just kind of, I was stewing on the idea of just like what makes Symphony of the Night so good, and like why do I still love this game? Why, like, what is it about this game that makes it so damn good? And the reviews were not helpful. It's just like, yes, the music's gorgeous. Like the music is music and pixel art are incredible. Oh boy, there's a combat system. It's real good. But why is it good? Like what? Like digging into that like super nitty gritty sandbox details. Like get your fingers in the goo. Like tell me your secrets, game. In terms of like the exploration and traversal stuff, like again, I think it's really interesting that I should have paid more attention to it. Like it's one of those things of just like, do I need to play this game again already? Like, do I need to finish this file and then immediately turn around and start playing it again? To like really suss out like, okay, where could I and could I not go immediately my first time through this area? Because like things that I'm thinking of is like, okay, you're going through the laboratory and it's like you can't go up that one, like there's that one like secret laboratory that's like up and you need the bat to get there. There's another jump or two that you can't make without the double jump. There's the upper right area of the first boss where it's just like, okay, yeah, you can't actually get up into this corner, but there's definitely something there. Like, there are enough breadcrumbs left behind that you're interested and curious. And it doesn't overwhelm you to the point that you forget much of anything. And like, I think just by having those entrances be like, yeah, it's up. Here's a hallway that you entered and went halfway down and then turned around. Okay, yeah, that was probably one of those blue locked doors. Here's an entrance that was up. Well, I couldn't jump that high. Here's a section of map that you just couldn't like quite cover the next corner of. Okay, yeah, that was probably, again, I couldn't jump that high or something like that. I think there's just like, the map is telling on you. Like the map is telling you why you couldn't go that way. I went into this room that was like a one square and there's a door on the other side and I didn't go through that door. Why not? Probably because it was a one-way door. And there was something like a giant statue blocking the way. Or, a wall with a cannon on the other side. That's a really, like, that I think is a really strong point for this. Is that the map and how you have left it unexplored is very much telling on why you couldn't explore further in that direction. And I think a lot of that comes down to just like, actually, no, like that's I am stewing on that point real hard right now, because like that's a big thing that you don't get out of Metroid and its maps, because it's like you will find doors of a variety of colors, but every color of door aligns to a specific one of your ammo types and one piece of your arsenal. So it's like, in a Metroid game, when you go halfway down a hall and then turn back, why? Why did you do that? Why didn't you continue going down this hallway? Did it require power bombs? Did it require some other flavor of missile? Did it require that you, like, was there ice in the hall? That's the sort of thing that's not shown on the map in Metroids. Like, unless it's, like, literally a door of a variety of color that ends up on your map. Like, that's I think that's the thing. I think that is that is ultimately like the thing that makes this game super successful, is that all the bits of the map that are unexplored, you can kind of guess at why you weren't able to explore it at the time. It's like, why haven't I gone here yet? There, like, in the middle, there were the couple of drop downs that needed to have a switch hit to open those. Well, there wasn't a hole there. It's like, I can see there's a hole on my map, and there was clearly like a doorway. Like, this looked like something that would open, but I couldn't find a switch or anything to open it. But also, over here, there is a hallway that I went halfway down and then turned around. There's no doors. There's nothing like marking that. So that's probably one of the things that I need the Jewel of Open for. Okay, well, now I've got the Jewel of Open, so let me go look at my map for hallways I went halfway down. I think that's it. I think that might be part of the secret sauce of this game. Is that you can look at your map and you can determine, why couldn't I go this way? Almost exclusively by just looking at your map. There were a couple times that, like, I went over to try to go places that I could reach or potentially reach with a double jump before I got Bat, because it's like, okay, this was like, there's clearly something that I couldn't reach because I couldn't jump high enough. Now I have a double jump, let me go try to reach it. And I think that, like, that's it. I think I like, again, it's we're talking secret sauce. What's in the secret sauce? Why is this game like, what are the 13 herbs and spices? I think the other thing is, like, something else that is fascinating about this game in particular is that I think you can get the gravity boots or the bat first. The gravity boots, I'm fairly certain, requires where was that? Does gravity boots require the bat? I know it's. I'm fairly certain it's one of the. I should pay attention to this game. I'm fairly certain the gravity boots are in the one of the routes up from the clock room. What I'm trying to remember is whether or not you can get there with just double jump, or if you need the bat to get the gravity boots, which makes the gravity boots, like, again, they're redundant, but they also make you go up really, like, they are great for quick vertical traversal. And I guess technically there's also whatever that one power-up was that is grabbed from going under the librarian and using the gravity boots there. Which, could you also just use the bat? I'm uncertain. Okay, so breaking down the secret sauce. Yes, it's super well executed. Like, what does that mean, though? The traversal, like, being able to look at your map and determine probable cause of why you weren't able to explore in some direction. That's huge. That is massive, actually. Like, just I am thinking about other maps in Metroid and Hollow Knight and whatnot, and they just don't have that. Like, Hollow Knight allows you to buy pins and drop pins and whatnot, but like, unless you are super diligent about your pin usage, and even then, you only get a certain number of pins. So if you find something that's just like, oh, it looks like I need this sort of tool for these things, if you don't find that tool fast enough, then you're going to find more places to use a potential tool than you will have pins to mark. I infamously don't really like Hollow Knight, and I need to I should look at that opinion again, just to, like, I've examined it a few times, and like every time I do, it's like, yeah, okay, this is why I don't like Hollow Knight. It's like, I feel like my reasons are fairly valid, and there's no shade for anybody who does like Hollow Knight. But like, I think ultimately that's what's working for this game is, again, the combat system is very simple, but with a surprising amount of depth. Which, that's another one of those kind of 0-calorie statements that doesn't say a whole lot. It's like, it says stuff, but it doesn't say anything specific. Like, it leans into... It uses simple modes of combat, but the equipment is offering a wide variety that allows a player to find what works for them and what they find the most fun, and experiment. And again, this rolls over into the gear question of like the RPG mechanics and the gear rewards provide, whether or not they either provide simple numeric rewards or they provide options for a player to use. And by having a variety of weapons with different effects, different attack speeds, different attack powers, and whether or not they have special abilities, that provides a pretty surprising depth to a fairly simple combat system that is just attack, maybe duck and attack, maybe attack downward. But for the most part is attack at various heights. the inversion of the castle. The inversion of the castle for the second half of the game is a unique. It is a unique feature that provides an interesting recontextualization of the game as witnessed so far, but it again leans into the RPG mechanics and the gear system to provide reward for that exploration beyond that recontextualization. So rewording that, the inverted castle is cool and still fun to explore because it is a recontextualized version of what we have seen before, with an interesting, like, it provides a I don't want to just say it's cool. Like, ultimately, the inverted castle provides, as the second half of the game, provides a recontextualization of what we have seen before, an area to be explored using the entirety of our tool set, so we don't have to worry about getting anything beyond the specific keys to get into the final battle. And the gear system supports it by providing meaningful rewards after we have our entire tool set. We may have all of the keys except for the final battle, but there's still interesting things to find. Or at least, not, if not interesting, higher numbers. And it provides us with a play space to enjoy our complete tool set. Okay. That is enough rambling and overthinking everything about this game. It is... heck. It's later than I would like it to be, in short. Surprise, this game still is really fucking good. But like, I think I have a greater appreciation of like the exact whys of it. Like, what makes the combat system good? It is leaning into the RPG aspects, providing a wealth of options through the gear and the spells. It's, you have, I think it really comes down to, like, the gear provides interesting options in the basic attack, and the spells supplement it by giving you alternative moves to use beyond just attacking. The exploration really works because you can, but like, the execution of the exploration sings because you are able to look at the map and determine a probable cause of why you weren't able to continue exploring in some direction, without having to revisit that area and maybe find out that no, you still don't have the thing to proceed. You were also able to complete large swaths of areas which you may not need to revisit, and also the map is interconnected in a way that such that you are quickly able to move around to get to places that you still haven't finished exploring. And the inverted castle works because it provides that space to enjoy your full tool set and a greater combat challenge to really explore the depths of that combat system. And the gear system still continues to support it by providing equipment of varying power. Like that's I think that's it. I think that's the secret sauce. All right. That is a lot of rambling. That's a long stream. That's a really long stream for me, frankly. I'm tired. I'm going to scram towards bed. Hey, it's a long one. Thanks for hanging out. I'm tired. All right. Trying to find something. I don't know what I'm for. Anyway, that's all. Catch you later. Have a good one. Bye-bye.